ideas that I'm teaching you on. I've already done one so far and it was was really fun, found a lot of success, and the students were able to learn heaps. If you'd prefer just a one-on-one coach any of your time, it is literally as simple as get back here, jump peek, and just get out there. Get to this angle, jump peek, get out there. Okay, by jump peeking, you're literally clearing 1, 2, and 3, 4 angles all at the same time without the need to go, is someone there? Nope. Is someone there? Nope. Is someone there? Nope. Is someone there? Nah. Like literally, oh cool, that's done. No one's there. Let's get out. Let's take the CT space and let's just push into their spawn for no reason and die. With these fundamental ideas in mind, you can copy and paste them to any site that you want, right? As we're pushing up here, we can trace a lot of this, get here, jump peek that. We can jump peek again if we want. We can get out. You can either take these fights one by one, right? Slice the pie, or just get to this point, jump peek all 3. No one's there. Go wide, take that fight. Take that fight, get back, make angle advantage, trace this, get back. You can either pre-aim, right, or just jump peek all the angles, get out there, jump peek back sight, get out there. It's really simple, but it just really needs to be done properly, because we can't have you tracing this angle and then, you know, getting out here and coming back and then jump peeking this angle. Like, we can't jump peek angles when we have angle advantage. It just doesn't work, and it just doesn't make sense. I'll freestyle one more example for you. You can get close, clear all those angles. There's no one there. We can clear that angle. We can get out. Now we can trace this angle, trace, trace, trace. We can either pre-aim this and pre-aim this, or we can just trace up until this point, jump peek again. There's no one there. Get out, jump peek back sight, take this fight, kill everyone. Now that there is basically the raw technique that you guys need, but if you leave it at that, you're probably going to throw a lot of games, because there's one last thing that's missing and very, very important. And this is where our gunfight IQ and game sense actually come in, and it's very important, right? Because understand that if we were to run out and clear this angle here, how do we know that we're not going to die to this angle? And well, if we were to run out and be tracing this angle, how do we know we're not going to die to this angle? Step 1, have a smokes player in your team. Step 2, have an initiator player in your team. Okay, what's going to happen is, as you're pushing up and making noise down B long, you're going to get smoked off here. Your team will counter with their own smokes to help us push out onto site. And as a duelist, you need to know which smokes have been dropped, because you don't want to be pre-aiming tunnel if it's already smoked. You want to be holding link, okay? But if we hold screens, we could die to link, and if we hold link, we can die to screens. Initiator, right? We need to be looking at the minimap as we run in, and not only looking at the smokes that we've got and what angles we have to ignore, but also where the initiator util has landed. Dart has cleared backside. Let's throw our Phoenix Molly, ISO wall, or whatever to handle the back holes player. Then we can take this B link fight, clear backside, jump peek, get out. We can jump peek again, get on the angle, and just hold. Or push CT because you're an animal. Onto Haven for some more random examples. Let's say our smokes player drops the default smokes, and our Sova is going to throw the god dart up here. It's going to clear all of this, and even close right. We're going to probably jump spot the first angle to make sure that no one's holding behind this box, being mindful of all the angles that the dart didn't clear, okay, which is 1, 2, 3, and maybe if they pushed out the smoke, they could be close right. As ISO, you can vulnerable like 3 of those positions and just simply take these fights, right? But if you're looking for something faster and you really want to push on, right, what we can do instead is throw the vulnerable, throw the wall, run out, trace the first angle, get close, jump peek, and then maybe deady peek the last one. If you're playing Phoenix with the same setup, it'd be the exact same thing. Smokes, all of this is clear. You're worrying about angle 1, 2, 3, and 4. Get up, jump peek. You don't need to use any util yet. We're walking up, can run up, throw a flash, take this fight, molly the run out, and you can either flash if you really think someone is there, or again, just jump peek and then wide swing. Or jump peek, get the information, oh, there's someone backside, let's double swing them. Or watch your minimap. Okay, I've got a teammate who's running out left, and you know, he's about to take contact. Watch the minimap,
can always kind of like stop people from planting just there, be it with an Odin or not. So keep that in mind as well, that that's a good position to always be in if you do need to fall back. But yeah, if they do get the spike down and you are in that post plant, you know, you just need to essentially try and flood and take the site probably as quickly as you can, right? If they are just playing for that mound. Of course, smokes are going to be important. Goal is basically if we can get the space like up to here, across the map like this, and then going across towards A, if we can have this space, right, as the attackers, so all of this here, you're in a pretty good spot on this map. Now, you might think, but we don't have any of the sites, so are we in that good of a spot as the attackers? Well, that's the thing. That's going to be our goal for this map, and this is why Fnatic are so good at this map, because a lot of this map is about taking some of this early space and then just being able to manipulate rotates and, you know, being able to manipulate the map to where you get a pretty free site and, you know, or at least an easier site to take. And that is because once you take all the space, you know, up to here and up to there and up to kind of the box here and the door, once you've taken that space, you then just have more options than the defenders do, right? Because, for instance, the rotate time, let's say that we are playing in towards C and we've taken this space, but we've also got someone in here who knows that there's no one, you know, close up on B. What that means is that if we want to go to C, but, hey, we think there's like maybe 3 people here or whatever, we think there's a lot of defenders on C, well, when we open the door and come this rotate time is quicker than this. Right, we're going to beat the defenders there to the B site, and we're going to be in on the B site. We're going to beat them to this choke point and get through it, and then we're on B, right? And then things are good. And the same is true across towards the A side of the map as well, where if we've got the space up towards here, it's exactly the same thing, where if we're thinking about going A, but hey, we think a lot of people have rotated across towards A now, and you know, there's a lot of people in here. Well, it's exactly the same thing where, again, this rotate time from here to there is quicker than coming, you know, around this way or around that way, right? So this is basically the point of this map, is that if you can take a lot of this early space, then you can just out-rotate your opponents, essentially. And that is what you should be looking to do. Basically finding, you know, take the early space, finding which site doesn't have the most people on it right now, and then just run into that site, basically. That's pretty much what you want to be doing on this map. That's going to be a large focus of our attacking side. So let's start with some Viper walls, and the first one you're going to do here is you're just going to put yourself on the right-hand side of this little decoration or whatever it is, and you're just going to send it through this wall and this wall, basically. It's all you're going to do, so it's going to end up looking, you know, something like this, right? Something like that. And you're just going to send it, and basically you're going to end up with a wall that looks, you know, something like this. And yeah, this is a Viper wall that obviously from the defender's point of view, you know, you're not going to be sure what's going on towards A. You know, there could be any number of people walking around in here, and that's the whole point. A second Viper wall, you're going to tuck yourself into the corner here towards A, and you're just going to aim towards B. You're going to aim to get this wall just kind of on the right-hand side of, you know, kind of the defender's entrance point to B just there, and send this wall. This is going to give you a little pocket to get out of initially, this, you know, little doorway here towards A. It's also going to block off this little entranceway there, and block off, you know, kind of the back towards B just there. And then for a Viper Orb here, one that you're probably going to throw in quite a few rounds is just towards the left-hand side of whatever this, you know, little symbol is just there. You know, just kind of on the outside of the circle. Just a normal left-click throw, and it's going to bounce off it and just land here, again, allowing you to cross nice and safely just there. So let's start with our A default then. So this is a default where we're looking to take the early space towards A. And as I said, often in these rounds, what you might end up doing is taking one space and then coming back somewhere else, or maybe taking a different space, right? One of the other lanes, depending on what goes on here towards A. So we're going to start off with our Viper Wall, the first Viper Wall that I just showed you, right? Coming in, you know, something like that. Obviously it won't be perfect here, but, you know, something like this towards A. Fade here in this A default for, well, kind of, we can either use an Omen. Essentially, you know, you should be good. Now, obviously, if there are people in here, you know, use your utility to fight them, right? Use your Omen Flash, use your Prowlers, use, you know, whatever you feel like you need, your nade, right? Whatever it is to try and help win that fight, yeah, you're gonna use it to try and help win the fight. There might be no one there, right? And you can just come and take this space at that point for somewhat free. Now for Killjoy, in a lot of these rounds, you're going to be putting your turret up on this box, but I'm actually going to suggest when you're doing this kind of early A default to just come and put your turret, you know, somewhere back here, watching out towards C and watching if anyone is pushing out up here, and get yourself actually just watching towards B, you know, from some kind of safe angle like this, right? I'm suggesting push out, just then push towards A. I will just show you a quick trick with this A. You know, say at the start of the round we came and threw our orb down just there as well. One thing that we can do if we are somewhat isolated in particular, but maybe even if we're not, is if we put both bits of utility up at the same time, we can sneak into our orb, pick it up, and end up in this little gap here, right, where, you know, we're just kind of in between, tucked between the walls. So if someone is like walking up here and trying to get aggressive, right, we can drop the wall and just be in a bit of a weird position that they might not expect, but still very safe in this corner, right? And you know, we're still doing fine. But this is one little trick that you might want to use sometimes as well. I wouldn't do it all the time because it will become a bit predictable, but you know, maybe once or twice in the game you can just sneak up with it. So for Viper, you can do that trick with this wall, or you can use the other wall instead. Either is perfectly fine. You will probably be throwing this orb. The Omen will be with you, and again, if you're this Omen, you have choices as well to teleport across here and kind of determine, you know, if you want to try and get aggressive, maybe with the Viper and fight this together, you can, or otherwise, you know, you can just, you know, stay back, play a bit safe, and wait for your teammates to take the space instead. Now for Killjoy, you're coming and doing this same little turret here over towards kind of, you know, towards the C site, and with the turret back here, the range is something like this, right, where you can still actually play up here towards B and still be with your teammates. So, you know, you're just going to put this turret down and kind of be with your teammates. And really, as the raise and the fade here, you know, as you're coming up here, this is a very good area for prowlers, right? So sending in a prowler just like this, maybe seeing if someone's behind this box as well, sending in a prowler this way is going to be very effective. And maybe the boombot and or nade as well, right? Like if you do spot someone behind this box, you know, sending a nade, you've got nano. Really is not to get too deep, you know. Anytime that you do come here, by the way, take this auto. If you have cleared, by the way, one thing that you can do, nothing much else to it, to be honest. If they do smoke this off, by the way, one thing that you can do, which is quite sneaky, is walk across here and then, you know, give yourself options. Maybe leave one person here, you know, maybe it's a late option to come back B if you need to from C, or, you know, maybe you do watch out any push. Well, this, so to start, as you would, again, Viper, you can go for either of the setups, either of the walls. Yeah, you can some position for you. Ability of creating a bit of a different angle as well is just to come on top of this box just here, right? A bit harder for one like that, right? A bit more safe again, effectively cross or kind of beat a tiny curve as well. Just here to just, you know, are they died from, say that we did do our C kind of default here and we take this early space towards C, you can then just go, okay, well, we've got C, we'll leave our Omen there, and then we'll come and do our B default now, right? And we'll come and take this, and, you know, we've still got Prowlers left, and maybe we've still got our Boombot left, right? So we'll come and take this B space here, and, you know, clear this out. And now that we've taken, you know, both these spaces towards B and C, and, you know, we've shown a lot of presence towards B, so maybe they're going to start rotating in like this, and maybe your Omen, you know, even sees or hears someone, right, rotating across there. You go, okay, well, now let's just take the door and go towards C instead. That's how you're going to build out this map, right? You might come and take A, and then you might come back and take B, and then you might, you know, come back and do a B, and now you're in a good space, and, you know, we're in a really good, we want to is, you know, because they took a couple of should be in here by the time they've realized what's going on, and you're going to be able to run away. So now let's move on to the execs part of this, and we'll start with our A exec. And the thing is, anytime you kind of feel comfortable as Viper and you've taken this in to allow you to, you know, just have that kind of nice smoke to just come in here and attack the site. Now for Fade here, what I would suggest is get someone to open the door. door for you, but then send a prowl. Actually do right is swing this way and the idea of what we're trying to do here as these two make their way up here as well. And the idea of what we're trying to do here basically is to clear out the first part, right? Kind of on our side, let's say, of the Viper Wall to start off with, right? Is anyone getting really, really aggressive here past the Viper Wall? And, you know, if so, then what we can potentially do, right, is swing this way and swing this way. And, you know, anyone in here should be in a lot of trouble, hopefully. And then obviously once the Viper Wall drops down, then we have a couple options to us. We can either use an Omen Smoke in just here, or if we're feeling maybe a bit more back there. And but essentially the point is you've cleared out of our prowlers. Use use your utility to fight them, right? Use your Omen Flash, use your prowlers, use fight. Yeah, point. I'm actually going to suggest when you're doing this kind of early A default to just come and put your turret, somewhere back here, watching out towards C and watching if anyone is pushing out up here, and get yourself actually just watching towards B, from some kind of safe angle like this, right? Just jiggle peeking like so, and and you're just going to be towards B. The reason that I'm suggesting that is because if you come and put this turret over towards B and watching B and have your killjoy maybe, you know, out here watching towards C, is obviously if your opponents do come and do like a push out of both B and C, your killjoy is going to be in a lot of trouble and might not be able to cross back to the rest of the team. Whereas if, you know, your turret is over here towards C and your killjoy is towards B, just kind of, you know, not getting aggressive, not taking any fights, just literally getting the information of where these people are, then you can then, you know, very safely cross across here. And, you know, manage to get to the team if your opponent is getting, will be putting down wall that I showed you, and if, you know, the say at the start of the round we came through our orb down just there as well. One thing that we can do if we are somewhat isolated in particular, but maybe even if we're not, between the walls, so if someone, you know, we're still will become perfectly fine, you choice you're doing the same your teammates, so you know you're just going to put this turret down and kind of be with your teammates. And really, as the raise and the fade here, you know, as you're coming up here, this is a very good area for prowlers. In a prowler, do spots of utility to, you know, deal with. And again, the point of this default really is not to get too deep. You know, anytime that you do come here, by the way, take this auto if you have cleared this out. But we're just trying to clear out this, basically, just this little lane. They do here, and then, you know, give yourself options. Maybe leave one person here. You know, maybe it's a late option to come back B. That space, you know, it can go a different couple of ways, or you catch someone trying to push out of B from this corner. Turret on the box just here towards couple ways, or you catch someone trying to push out of B from this corner. So that's one option as well. And then finally, for our C default, this time we're going to put this killjoy turret on the box just here towards B to watch out any pushes. This way, and your killjoy and viper, and then, you know, give yourself options. options, maybe deep, you know, if you got someone behind very effective, and maybe gonna put this turret down, you can still can, or what otherwise, you know, you can choices as well to teleport across here and kind of determine you know, if you want to try and get aggressive maybe with the Viper and fight this together, you can, or what otherwise, you know, you can can just doing this. It's the rate saying this way is nothing much else to walk across towards C. That would be safe towards C. People are being aggressive in this area. You can as well if just out. If you do want to put it in a bit of a fancier angle, what you can do is kind of come back here and just kind of throw it, you know, towards the roof here with like a jumping throw, something like so. Right, just come and land on the roof. It doesn't fully clear behind this block, so that is one thing you have to think about, but you know, it's nice to throw in there as well. Or you can come and throw them on top of this thing as well. I'll probably miss it this time, of course, but you know, something like on top of, well, not that far, but you know, something like on top of this box just here. Right, something on the top of this as well will clear this out, but not truly see all the way deep in, but could be useful as well with that kind of omen one-way coming in to clear out, you know, most of this. And so those are the three kind of, you know, how you might take the early spaces in this map. And then the thing is, as I was alluding to at the start, is from there you can, obviously it depends on exactly what happened, but let's assume that no one has died, right? Let's assume that you've taken that space, but no one has died from either side. You know, you can then go and basically do one of the others, right? So let's say that we did do our C kind of default here and we take this early space towards C. You can then just go, okay, this out. And now that we've taken, you know, both these spaces towards B and C, and as well, put this Killjoy turret on the box just here, and then try and get aggressive maybe with the Viper and fight this together, you can, or what, otherwise, you know, you can just, you know, stay back, play a bit safe, and wait for your teammates to take the space instead. Now for Killjoy, you're coming and doing this same little turret here over towards kind of, you know, towards the C site, and with the turret back here, the range is something like this, right? Right, where you can still Killjoy turret an Omen, beat the time, because you just don't have the utility to actually, you know, maybe effectively cross or kind of beat the timing or something like that. So you're probably going to be a bit more safe. Again, Viper, you can go for either of the pretty simply. You're probably not going to utility here over towards the space instead, towards the on B, two from C, different couple of ways. For our C default, this time we're gonna put this Killjoy turret on, will be over towards A, and these three will be over towards C. So to start with Viper and Killjoy, your job is pretty simple here. You're probably not going to be as aggressive here as you were when you were Viper and Omen, because you just don't have the utility to actually, you know, maybe effectively cross or kind of beat the timing or something like that. So you're probably going to be a bit more safe. Again, Viper, you can go for either of the setups, either of the walls, perfectly fine, you know, mix up. But you're probably just going to be playing a bit more safe and a bit more steady here, not getting too aggressive. Basically just checking, you know, are they being aggressive on us? But you are going to be trying to take the space here towards C with these three players. So for Omen, one thing that you can do here potentially at the start of the round is just learn this one way if I can find it. It's just somewhere in here, somewhere like that. And this one way, when you put it just on there, you know, it's just going to make it a bit harder for any defenders to actually, you know, peek out of this angle and just create a nice little position for you there. Also, if
Taunt scans any defenders taking space A main. You're going to walk into this corner with the barrier, put your crosshair at the tip of this box. Taunt scans any defenders taking space A main. You're going to walk into this corner with the barrier, put your crosshair at the tip of this vine, then you're going to do a running jump throw, releasing when your crosshair goes just below this vine.
I'll find you.
This sees traps defenders playing inside tree. You're going to press into this corner.
if people are being aggressive in this area, you can also use a little teleport across just to create a bit of a different angle here and fight from a different angle as well. For Raze, the possibility of creating a bit of a different angle as well is just to come on top of this box just here, right? Create a bit of a different elevation for you just there to fight in this area as well if needed. But really, you're mostly going to be relying on your fade. And look, it's perfectly fine to just throw a normal haunt down something like that, right? This is going to just tell you, is anyone behind this box? Is anyone back here? Is there anyone kind of in here? Are they shooting it? Are they leaving it alone? If they leave it alone, that's obviously great information because you know that it's cleared out. If you do want to put it in a bit of a fancier angle, what you can do is kind of come back here and just kind of throw it, towards the roof here with like a jumping throw, something like so, right? Just come and land on the roof. It doesn't fully clear behind this box, so that is one thing you have to think about, but it's nice to throw in there as well. Or you can come and throw them on top of this thing as well. I'll probably miss it this time, of course, but something like on top of, well, not that far, but something like on top of this box just here, right? Something on the top of this as well will clear this out, but not truly see all the way deep in, but could be useful as well with that kind of omen one way coming in to clear out most of this. And so those are the three kind of how you might take the early
mound. You're going to line yourself up with this spot on the wall. You're going to put the top left of this box over your scan on this corner on the wall. Then you're going to do a running jump there.
I'll find you.
spaces in this map. And then the thing is, as I was alluding to at the start, is from there you can, obviously it depends on exactly what happened, but let's assume that no one has died, right? Let's assume that you've taken that space but no one, right? Left, right? Both back. You know, we get onto the site in just a second available to. That's when, you know, we're in a really good position, because then we can essentially choose to, do we want to go A, do we want to do a B split, do we want to, you know, quickly pivot to C? Like, you know, you've got options available to you at that point. Now I will be showing you how, you know, we get onto the site in just a second, but just another quick note is people at least, then my advice would be just run. If you've made this decision to go and run this way, you know, they've got a much longer path, you know, even coming through and breaking the door. Their path is going to be longer than yours. You're going to be already halfway there by the time they've realized what's going on, and you're going to be able to probably take, throw a ton of utility as, and we can't. What happens if there's 4 people here, right, on the defender side, and they just throw a ton of utility as, and we can't take this space, right? We're trying to default towards A, but, you know, they just sent a ton of utility in here, and now they own the space, right? Well, you have a couple options. If you think, wow, that's at like 4 people at least, then my advice would be probably just go and run to C, right? If you think it's like a full 4 people, just run, right? Just literally go, okay, well, again, because if they're trying to get aggressive, and you know, if they, you know, go back and take this. As I say, you want to be throwing down your Viper Orb just anywhere kind of in there towards the kind of stairs area. Anything like that will do, right? This is where you want your Viper Orb to allow you to, you know, just have that kind of nice smoke to just come in here and attack the site. Now for Fade here, what I would suggest is nice, anything like that will do. Your Viper Orb just anywhere, taking this, and we'll start with go back. Needed with our A exec. And the thing is, anytime you kind of feel comfortable as Viper and you've taken this space as a Viper, as I say, you want to be throwing down your Viper Orb just anywhere kind of in there towards the kind of stairs area. Anything like that will do, right? This is where you want your Viper Orb to allow you to, you know, just have that kind of nice smoke to just come in here and attack the site. Now for Fade here, what I would suggest is get someone to open the door for you, but then send a Prowler in towards, you know, the kind of tree area, and just try and clear this out if you are the Fade, right? This is going to be a nice little area to take if you are the Fade with a Prowler. Can be very effective at clearing this area out, and that's going to allow you to attack the A site from 2 different. It can be very Fade, right? This is going to be towards. Suggest is get someone to open the door for you, but then send a Prowler in towards, you know, the kind of tree area, and just take if you are the Fade with a Prowler, the Fade, right? This is in towards, you know, the kind of tree. Get someone to open the door for you, but then send a Prowler in towards, you know, the kind of tree area, and just try and clear this out if you are the Fade, right? This is going to be a nice little area to allow you to attack the just there. And then if Zoman, you could send a smoke obviously into it, and clear, then obviously you them. Killjoy prowling this, and at this point again, 3 people, 4 people, right? The whole idea is here, this is going to be 2 people max, and you know, between the flash, if you got a haunt, prowler, you know, this is just a lot of pressure to have to deal with in general. And you know, again, you don't really need to take the whole thing, right? You just need to take enough to then just get the spike down and then play postman. You know, that's the thing. We don't need to take a massive amount of space here on deep onto the site. We just need to basically clear out this kind of first area. If they're in heaven, that's perfectly fine. You know, doesn't really matter too much to us. and we're just gonna try and get the end off. Maybe either can just think you smoke that off. The baby door just here, big and very happy to do this B-split. Now again, as the fade, to allow yourselves to cross and, you know, come and do this B-split. Now again, as the fade, the prowlers are going to come in very big and very handy here, right, where you can send a prowler into kind of towards the baby door just here. See with it, we find just nation with your ray. Effectively, see again, and if our Viper come and do instead, all is perfectly well and fine. And again, if you do have the, you know, we can site or whatever to them, then that's fine. Again, if you can here have it so an elevator. We sent Prowler, Boombot in here. We got the smokes up from both sides. You know, we got our alarm bot behind us. Our Killjoy's coming in this way. We're flooding in through this way. Now, as Viper, if let's say you have stayed over here towards it, you haven't come back to help out your Killjoy, you just stayed out here instead, then what you can potentially do is just tuck yourself into like back behind rubble or back behind the door here, because then what you can essentially do is just cut off people. People coming back around, right, and kind of towards the back here of very, very effective kind of backstairs area, just somewhere kind of, you know, in towards this. Try to get that the site, right, part of whether it well. That's obviously just the idea kind of area. Send your flash more towards the kind of back site, right, where people have what I is perfectly fine, right? So you just so for raise the you see default just in here, you're coming up and you know, you haven't seen anyone, maybe you've blast backed on top of that, maybe you haven't, you go for a seize nade just in towards the back of the site, just there, so in goes your nade. Oh, you know, didn't get a kill, unlucky. Hey, let's do a C exec though, right? You wait for your teammates, and then really you don't have to go for any crazy double blast back plays. You can just, you know, pretty simply blast back across the once And that honestly should be enough. Maybe then your Omen is flashing just as you're coming around here, right? And then, you know, you're getting those kills. Really, that honestly can be enough a lot of the time as you're going lurk toward late. Perfectly fine. The round is going this way. Either is perfectly fine, honestly. And again, it's going to depend on exactly how the round is gone and exactly where you found yourself. You might just come back to the team, right? We aren't going afraid to go and, you know, you do find yourself in a spot where, you know, you feel like we're just going to get trapped in on the site. You know, we're all just huddled here around kind of water and whatever. Like, you know, then you might want to go and try and make a play huddled here around extra space, because sometimes the post plant here on C can get a bit awkward, a bit weird. Obviously, if you're in like a 5v3, you'll probably be fine anyway. But if, you know, you do find yourself in a spot where, you know, you feel like we're just going to get trapped in on the site, you know, we're all just huddled here around kind of water and whatever, like, you know, then you might want to go and try and make a play and actually push deeper, because otherwise the post plant on C can get a little congested. In towards the B site for the post plant, again, it's going to depend on exactly what space you have taken. You know, if you have just gone for a full B exec, I would again suggest that you don't just kind of, you know, all run back here and try and play on the site and back in B main. You're going to get destroyed. You know, you need to probably at least kind of have towards this space. Or if not, then you're pushing deeper, right? You're pushing deeper and taking extra space. Again, you can't live with just, you know, kind of this square as the space that you've got for that post plant. You're going to lose, unless it's like a 1v1. So yeah, if you are in that post plant, you can't kind of, you know, all run back here and be exec. Again, it's going to depend on exactly what space you have taken. You know, if you have just gone for a full B exec, I would again suggest that you don't just kind of, you know, all run back here and try and play on the site and back in B main. You're going to get destroyed. You know, you need to probably at least kind of have towards this space, or if not, then you're pushing deeper, right? You're pushing deeper and taking extra space. Again, you can't live with just, you know, kind of this square as the space that you've got for that post plant. You're going to lose, unless it's like a 1v1. So yeah, if you Today we're going to go on a journey, a two-part journey, talking about Paper X, because today and tomorrow I'm going to make videos about Paper X and whether they are back. Now, the first one we're going to take a look at is this game, the Paper X versus T1 game, because in this one, we're not going to focus as much on Paper X, because I want to talk about T1 and how they are frauds. Now, I've been big on this train for a while, saying that T1, you know, they won Masters Bangkok, they haven't been that good at any other point in the season, and this game really was worse than average. This was horrific, and there was a lot to get into with T1. Let's actually start with the map veto, okay? Because in this map veto, I think this is even roastable. Now, this is a bit hindsight Harry, but I don't care. Because here's the thing. They ban Icebox, that's perfectly fine, right? Paper X pick Fracture, it goes really well for them, right? They win 13-3. They absolutely destroy Paper X. Paper X look lost. It's awful from Paper X. And you're like, okay. T1 then pick Ascent, okay? Now, here's the thing about picking Ascent. They have not played Ascent this entire year. Haven't played it once, okay? In fact, in most of the games, they have banned Ascent. In fact, they were still playing Icebox, and they were first banning Ascent. And I can see some logic to this, right? It's a crucial playoff game. Paper X haven't seen us play Ascent at all, right? So they don't know exactly what we're going to do. But then we completely undo all of that, because what comp do we play? We play the meta comp from 2022, right? The comp that has been meta for like 4 years on Ascent. You're not surprising anyone with this. They don't need any VODs, because Paper X surely know literally everything that there is to do with this comp, because everyone does. They then get railed on Ascent, and it looks awful. They then decide to play Lotus Map 3. Now, when they decide to play Lotus Map 3, this is the map that Paper X have actually looked good on in the games before this. They have won multiple games. As soon as they switched to this comp, it looked like they figured it out, right? This is a map where Paper X rolls look good, everything looks good. Meanwhile, your rolls make no sense. So today we're going to talk about the Premiere Haven Guide. This is going to be the last in this series for now. When Premiere like fully releases or we get all the other maps coming in, I will do guides for those maps as well, but this is our final one for the beta of Premiere, and so let's take a look at Haven. Let's start off like we always do with our team comp, which is going to be Omen, Jet, Sova, Killjoy, and Breach. This is a very kind of strong comp, just kind of all-rounder comp, you know, does pretty much everything decently well. And this is the comp that I would suggest playing because it's not like the most difficult comp to play, I don't think, and I think you'll find a lot of success with it. But if you did want to play something else, then these are some of the alternatives that I think you could go for. If you want to play Astra instead of Omen, that's absolutely fine. If you wanted to play Raze or Neon instead of Jet, I think that's okay. You will lose perhaps some of your opping power on defense. But if you are, you know, an expert with those agents, then maybe that's fair enough. If you wanted to play Sky instead of Solver as well, that's probably a fair enough change that you could make. And Cypher for Killjoy as well is one that you could do. But Breach, I've kind of left there as just playing Breach. Before we fully dive in, though, first I need to explain some of the things about this map. Okay, so Haven is a 5-lane map, right? There's 5 different lanes that the attackers can go towards the 3 different sites on this map. But you'll notice that 2 of these lanes are controlled by one. point, and that is here in a lobby. And therefore,
Here is the meta team comp that pros are running on Haven. First off, Killjoy is one of the best characters in the game, and with 3 sites to defend, Killjoy helps lock things down like Garage and is great at holding Haven's long flank on offense. Next, Jet is the primary duelist, and as with most standard maps, she just gets the most value of any duelist. After that is Breach, who's able to support the quick Jet site takes and takes advantage of the several narrow hallways and cubbies throughout the map. Following that up is Sova, whose longer range intel beats out Fade with several long sight lines such as C.
therefore, this point in a lobby is very, very important for both sides, but particularly the defenders. Because often what you'll see at high-level games, and in pro games most certainly, is the defenders will often try and get one person to just look down here, whether it be from long or short, to just get the information on this, which then means that if we've got one person only defending this down towards A, that means we've got 4 people for the rest of the map, and that makes our site hold really, really good on these 2 sites, right? If the attackers come to B or C and we've got 4 people kind of in this kind of square, then we're in a really good spot as the defenders. Now, you might be thinking, oh, one person to defend A, isn't that a bit risky or whatnot? But the thing is, if you're back here as the one, or you're down here in short as well, so if we put like a jet on the map, as it commonly might be a jet doing this, you know, if your jet is here or down here somewhere, you know, a lobby here is a long way from the actual site itself, which means that you're going to get the time to actually bring rotations in if your player here does get pushed back, which will be fairly common, but you will have time to then rotate over as well. And if they don't get pushed back, as I said, then you've just got 4 people over here towards B and C, and that is what we want to be doing. So just before we get into the defensive setups, first I'm just going to talk about some general tips for Omen and Jet. One is that the op is extremely good on this map, okay? So there are plenty of good opping positions. This is going to be one of them, down towards long and just watching over towards here. But also you can change it up here towards A and come towards short as well. Holding like this kind of angle is going to be really strong as well, you know, and just kind of holding on a line. You might even tuck in even more here, right? And let them even come in and think it's all safe and then get that kill and then obviously, you know, get out of there essentially as a jet. Obviously being on top of this box with an updraft and whatnot, opping towards B, again, an angle like this where you're just holding this, you know, kind of thing. This should be a shot that, you know, probably you can hit as well. So yeah, something like that is going to be pretty good. Or again, over towards C, again, updrafting on top of this box. Again, something like this is going to be an angle where you probably should be favored, and you know, as the round goes on, you might want to start slowly creeping out, something like that. All of that is absolutely fine, and really the only place where you're not going to be opping a lot is towards garage. But even if you really were feeling confident, you know, you could even set up a situation where you do try and, you know, get a quick kill and get out at the start of a round or something like that. Could be quite useful, but there's a ton of opping potential on this map, and so you should be trying to get an op basically as soon as you possibly can and into one of these very good positions. If you to deal with any kind of C long rush, this is kind of the perfect utility to send at any kind of C long rush and will give you time to delay. However, if you are struggling and you need more time to delay, one thing that can be really good is a smoke just in front of you like this, right? This gives you the ability to cross between, you know, back towards back plat here and maybe coming even up and trying to take a fight and being back across, and then even being able to get out towards safety with a TP, something like this, right? So this smoke However, if you are struggling and you need more time to delay, one thing that can be you like this here and towards smoke between the different across to the other side. A possibility back side. It's very much to do for this setup is our breach is going to be here down towards A link, and they are going to stun, send a full line down from A link across towards A lobby just there. And our Omen, this part is a bit optional, but what you can do potentially is send in this smoke. So our goal is to take control of A lobby. Now there's different ways that we could do this, right? We can send the jet and the Sova who will be playing on side. You can go and try and get aggressive here if you want to with this setup. You can just stay back here and leave your jet in an angle like that and let the Sova rotate once you feel like it's safe, or the jet could be in short and come onto this angle as well. And you don't necessarily have to use the smoke if you don't feel it's necessary, but particularly if you are getting a bit aggressive, you know, when you are trying to push up in these areas a bit more, maybe you will want to go for that smoke. Now our Omen is over here playing towards C. This will be quite normal for your Omen, and your Killjoy is coming in towards B, and now I will go through some of the specifics for some of these agents. And so let's start off with Sova, and the dart that we're going to do is Sova. We're just going to find the shadow on the wall, just run towards this shadow so that we're something like this. You don't have to be completely perfect with it, and you see where this brick kind of just comes out here a bit. You're just going to aim underneath that, so something like there with the full charge, 2 bounces, and just let it go, and it will land something like this, and this dart will come and scan a lobby, and obviously with the stun, potentially with the smoke as well, we're hoping to get that early control. Now, don't worry about that lineup too much, because you can just send the dart in like this, you know, just a straightforward dart. Honestly, something like that is absolutely fine. It's not going to make the world of difference. If you are playing against a Neon or something, you know, this could be a bit risky coming out here early on into a round, right? That a Neon might be able to kind of run around and find you pretty early and potentially pick you off. But if you're not, it honestly doesn't make a big difference. But if you want to flex on them a bit, then this is. So here, what you're going to want to do, you're going to have two main turret spots for this kind of standard setup. One is going to be a turret kind of in like this, where it's going to see both towards the garage door, something in one of these two, a bit of a, you know, self. And if you think, you know, a lot, are they not, right? Are they just sending there by kind of the doors, and then as soon as you see contacts, you know, send a nano out like that? Like, all of those things are kind of fine, and it's really up to you and what you think the rest of your team is doing and what your opponent is doing as well, to which exact flavor of setup you actually want. And so this is going to be your first standard setup, and as a is going to be really important to you is potentially bring the breach from Link here across to A as well. And, you know, send the stun in here, and maybe your breach now. You can, you know, really go and get aggressive with these three as you actually try and push up into a spot like this. You might end up with a setup that looks, you know, something like this, where you know, you're really pushed up quite a bit here across all three agents. This is one where you probably do want to smoke this off, right? So you've got like this could be fighting for orb control maybe, right? And you've got like a setup here where the Sova might take contact, and then you swing and you swing. Maybe the breach flashes from this point, you know, something like that kind of setup. If you do want to go for a bit of an A trap setup, if they go to the rest of the map, then maybe you go for a fast flank. Okay, our next setup is going to be very similar, but this is going to be your full all-out A-push setup. This is actually a good round, I think, for pistol rounds defensive side as well, where everyone but your Killjoy is going to be towards A, and you're going to send 2 players down towards short, and you're going to send 2 players out towards long. And the idea behind this setup, again, is we stun, we send in the dart, we send in the smoke and stuff like that. We're actually going to try and just like fully take A lobby here and fight them out, right? If they come towards A lobby, the opponents, we're going to fight them out. We're going to put the Omen smoke in here as well, and we're going to fight this. And if they start to hear noise, you know, going elsewhere or whatever, maybe we follow them, right? Maybe we just go for a big stack. And as I said, on pistol rounds, this can be quite good. For Killjoy here, what you're going to do is you're going to have a very passive setup with an alarm bot here on B. Maybe you don't have the nanos if it's a pistol, but you're going to have just the turret here. You're going to play very, very passive and basically just, you know, see, do they come towards you, and, you know, kind of, you know, you're just going to relay information essentially to your teammates as to what is going on and where the opponents are. Okay, for our next setup, we're going to have a completely different thing going on. We're just going to have our Sova playing in towards A, who's going to do the normal dart. Now, your job as the Sova here in this instance, actually, that see what all these are retaking A, whatnot. It's pretty much early, and if we can deep in onto the woods, the C site, and it probably means that, yeah, they are actually going towards C if they've got that much space. But our goal, as I said, is going to be to hold down Garage, right? Yeah, if you want to come down C long, that's absolutely fine, but we don't want to give up. Before we fully dive in, though, first I need to explain some of the things about this map, okay? So Haven is a fun, and that is here in a lobby, and therefore there is the long or short only, and that makes DLC, and we've got full defender. If here or down here somewhere, which means they're pushed back as doing, and Jet is going to be really big. That all of that is, you know, ton of upping potential on one of these very good positions. Now, my general tip for Omen here is that you're probably going to be playing C a lot, right? And if you see a C long rush coming at you, obviously you have the Paranoid, which is kind of perfectly formed to deal with any kind of C long rush. This is kind of the perfect utility to send at any kind of C long rush and will give you time to delay. However, if you are struggling and you need more time to delay, and into one of the
They can't even score past like 7 rounds. Again, it's going to be pressure on Prize.
The conditioning is sublime. Look at where Fury are playing. They've got to quickly scrabble to get in position. They overload the SSDs, and we're heading.
About, but a lot more is going to be needed if they want to stay alive.
I thought that we would see Fury probably lock that one in.
But since loaders,
It's when it came in that all the chances in their favor for Furia against Leviathan results.
and when Cloud
That being said, especially with in the
really good.
Have you back here, of course, in the Riot Games arena. Cloud9 on the precipice of qualification for playoffs here. It's just a mild stumble in a fight area.
They're in CT.
Fast, great. I'm surprised it wasn't banned.
Absolutely the best opportunity to take a map, as Vans mentioned on the desk. It's the only map that they've won so far against NRG earlier this year.
Oh, buddy, we know C9 like to fight in these.
Won so far against NRG.
It's a map that really.
To take a map, as Vans mentioned on the desk. It's the only map. They've won so far against NRG earlier this year.
Oh, buddy, we know C9 like to fight in these early rounds or on that attack side to begin with here, and Havoc barely extracts himself from what would have been a maelstrom of attackers. But Cloud9 aren't wasting any time. This rat comes quickly, but of course there's a contingency. Trapwire's going to spot them out, and C9 know they're on a timer to hit this site.
That barely able to cross there as Furia are really trying to accelerate C9. They're making the right play. They want to take extra space, get into holes. Havoc going to feel the pressure here.
Whoa, strong wind to blow him over. He's going to get his one, and that's it. Cloud9 are going to push straight on through. This now throws things into disarray for Furia. You can see Heat's trying to match them on pace. He's going to be able to meet them here, but he will be outnumbered, and C9 will check for this. Heat on the angle. Oh, well, Frenzy not going to get it done for him, and now that whittles Furia down to 2 players who aren't running in the vicinity.
Unfortunately, that's just not the greatest range for the Frenzy. I can't blame him for trying to catch someone off, even just get a little damage and swing back, but now his team in that 2 versus 3. Mitch has got the fault line cycled back up.
To Celsius in B Heaven. Unconventional, normally the control that part of the map. Flash in!
What angles indeed, but bang!
And that might allow you to cycle up a Sheriff into a Vandal or a Guardian. Sorry, Vandal or a Phantom.
Stray shots. Tight to the corner!
20 health, not much that he could do in that situation. Let's take a look at the ultimate. I suspect that they'll slow it down.
No. Different weird map range at this point.
Here on Haven. What kind of momentum do they get off to?
Today we're going to cover the entirety of Haven. So very first up, we're going to start with C. C is generally very good just to jump spot at the beginning and see if anyone's playing any of these angles. Generally, you just break this site down into 4 spots. So it's basically this close left behind the box here, and then back sight here, and then like plat area. So when you go up, you kind of just want to consider this. If you come late, you want to consider close right. So we jump spot at first, and then we proceed to scale, probably Vandal for this. If you're late, make sure to check this corner. And then you kind of check here, up, down. You always want to check this common angle here. You can hug the back wall here and kind of check towards here. But this one's best to check because then you can full clear this, and then you can start to scale up sight. Usually you would check this like here, and then you would check this like here. But you want to be careful of logs. So this one's a bit tricky. This is why using abilities is so helpful for this space. But we've cleared the first 2 sections. Generally, most people path right here. So they path like this. And now we can clear this without being seen from logs. Now we can clear logs. Now we can clear back sight. The nice part about pathing to the right instead of the left is if you path to the left, you get pinched by both these angles. If you path to the right, pretty much everything's in front of you. So that's generally the idea here. Make sure to clear this corner. Make sure to clear
positions. Now, my general tip for Omen here is that you're probably going to be playing C a lot, right? That I think you
It's probably a good time to do the thing.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That was a long game. Time for the review.
No.
Custom review on Haven. This is mainly for people that don't have that much experience in the game and maybe are trying to in-game lead but don't really know how to go over the map, so I will just help you guys go over it a little bit. If you want to start off playing the map in like the most basic way possible, the best thing you can do is have 3 defaults. Why? Because there's 3 bomb sites and there's 3 choke points. There's 1, 2, 3. I will go over this using or theorizing a comp that's very regularly played on this map. So Breach, Sova, Omen, Killjoy, and Jett. That's the one that we'll go with. So to start off, say I want to go over an A default with my team. The best way to do it, first figure out all the util. Breach is gonna at the start of the round stun long A. The stun should ideally get this line for anyone that's trying to hide from it. Now, if you have Astra, it's okay to smoke this, but you should try to stun this line as deep as we possibly can. After Breach stuns, he just needs to run with his team. Jett at the start of the round should smoke this. The smoke is mainly there just in case there's somebody peeking, right? If somebody peeks here like this with an op, you don't want to just die to him. So just throw the smoke on the ground to be as safe as possible. So Jett throws a smoke and just continues running. Now Jett can do one of 2 things, go right or go left. Right is risky, and you might actually get stunned as well, so it's probably just better to go left. But you can technically go right. If the stun is instant, you should be able to go right. At the start of the round, Sova will dart long A. Now the dart you want to do for long A, since your Breach is stunning this line, remember? At the start of the round, your Breach is stunning this line, right? And by the time the Jett re-peeks, if he dodges the stun, he has to peek into these 2 angles, which your Jett will probably already be in. The best dart that you can throw is right here. This one. So dart this at the start of the round, because if someone wants to peek and break it for him, he gets stunned. So the only play Jett really has is to go here and throw a smoke on it. If he throws a smoke on it, you know he's here, in which case you can use other util to take him away. Ideally, you have your Killjoy be the only lurker on the map. So alarm bot that and turret this at the start of the round. And then you have 2 choices as a Killjoy. You either walk up mid and hide here and then eventually make your way up B as your teammates are making noise A. Although these peaks are a little risky. And also this spot is risky, so once you're clearing this, you could get timing. So it's not really worth constantly lurking up, right? The other thing you can do as Killjoy, if you don't want to lurk mid on this A default that your team is running, is you can alarm bot this behind barrier, and then behind this barrier, you can turret this, and you can play this at the start of the round. And you just stare at C. So you basically have the whole map regardless. And then when your teammates has to retake mid, it's okay, just as long as they know that these people can be here in this middle area. So once you A default on this map, so once you have A control, usually you'll be in situations, or a situation like this with 5 people alive. Jett will be here, Breach will be behind Jett, you guys are posted, Sova will get